Okay. Let's see if everything is working correctly. Music if it's loud enough or quiet enough. It should be. Just a second, it's live. Good. Let me just refresh the stream. I have to see what's going on. Something went wrong on the side. So I guess the problem is that the chat won't work. I mean, I don't see the chat, and I'm not sure why. Huh. Like the chat service is down. Never mind. Okay. So the goals for today are gonna be that the journal is gonna open, that we hide the item info when we open it, that we focus on the logs button first, that we enforce the navigation, that we add the recipes like on the side. So I completed a lot of stuff yesterday. One thing that we have to do is we have to restart the game and see how it actually works, because I know I was editing something real time and I'm repositioning some titles. Like this mugshot frame should be a title frame. And I'm trying to make it the same size as I currently have the size of the buttons. So this is the size of 24, that's okay. The buttons are 22. But if it would be a bit taller, that wouldn't be any significant problem. But then I still have to readjust the position of these of this content in the scrollable container. And I believe I can do this here with the separation. If I try to take a look at the separation that I'm using here, currently I only use a space for manual control of this. This is 4. Why do I even need this? Let's see if I add number 4 here. That's working the same way. And this is how it should be. I don't need additional nodes for that. And here I have 8, so if I go to 4, the problem is that this title frame starts to expand, and I'm not sure why. Huh. Interesting. Let's see if if it's related something to the stretches. What is this? Tile. Ah, this is for the frame itself. I'm gonna tile it. Or should it be stretched? Will this tile fit? That seems good enough. Now, if I have this here and I have container sizing, aha, this fill was doing something with it, I believe. So okay, if I have it here now and I try to size it 22, I believe it's 22 now, but I believe we have to move everything a bit lower. Is it on the same height? This is the spacer. Ah, that's about the same height. But the buttons here... Aha! Okay. It's an optical illusion, I guess. Because the button itself has a texture around it that is actually a bit bigger. If I take a look at it in Aseprite, let me see, where do I have the buttons? It's somewhere in the UI. Development. Lands of Fury, sprites. UI. UI elements. This is where I have buttons. So the button is outlined with a black color. I mean with something dark. So actually that's what I don't see. That's why optically it looks a bit different. Let's see. So if I try to keep it optically the same, which I should do. Okay, first thing first, I have to expand it. So it's aligned in the middle. And this one should be 24 in total. Now it's the same size. And I kind of like this layout, but one thing that's bothering me is that I have too much space in between the mugshot frame and the title frame. And I moved all the content into the scroll container. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna adjust the spacing here. Zombie. Kinda like it. Then I simply can adjust this one to go from this position to the layout, for example, for the recipe. And I reposition everything. Okay. I could space out these more, but not sure if it's needed really. One thing that I still have to match is the size of the scroll container itself. Okay. This is actually a separator I'm not gonna currently use. This one is giving me a bit of issues. Its size 179. I should make it a bit smaller, like 160. Let's try it. I guess 175 is the minimum, and this minimum is coming from the child. I believe so. Let's see if where I have minimum set. This one, scroll container, custom minimum size 147. I don't need any minimum size here, I believe, or 140, let's say. And I'm gonna try to match the spacing between the bottom part. So that's 11 and the bottom is 8. Okay. 142. A bit more, 144. I'm not sure why I don't have an even number. $143. That's gonna be the minimum size of it. And if I press 0 here, it's gonna try to minimize it a bit. Okay, these are giving me a bit headaches. Let's do 7. There's not enough spacing in it. Between the left side and the right one. Kinda like it this way. Now I wonder how much of the text should I sacrifice to keep this one smaller. Shouldn't do it too much because sometimes it's gonna be displaying titles of the journals, other times it's gonna be displaying the names of the beasts. We'll see. Okay, first this and then everything else. Now if we take a look at the whole position of the right side, this is definitely not okay. Because it's bleeding way too much into the content. No, actually it's okay. I'm looking at the scroll container, this one. Now the scroll container I have to match is probably this one here. And this one has 143. So this one is gonna match at 143. And now when I have a lot of content, it should be cut off from the same position. And I remove the scroll bars because they were cluttering the whole UI. Let's just try it a bit, how it's gonna look. I still have to populate the recipes, their content, how it's displayed, and so on. But yeah. Okay, this one is empty. And stuff is not being populated. I have a big error somewhere. And that's probably because I really messed up the nodes. I'm trying to cast a scroll container to something as unable to cast object of type control to type go.scroll container. Journal 76. Journal model 76. And this one is actually here, and that's gonna be entry description scroll container. What did I do with you? I changed the node type. Let's see what's going on in here. What about this one? I didn't even reference this one. Okay. So you go to control. You've been changed because the scrollable thing is now something else. I don't scroll the titles anymore. Oh my god. Hey. I'm gonna be scrolling this. Maybe I could just rename it. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. If I take you, put you in here, you can still be named correctly because you're a scroll container now. Entry description sidebar, column, and you have to have also a unique name. Journal title scroll container. I'm gonna also rename you to column. Column. This should fix a bit of stuff, but I have to see if I saved anything at all. Yeah, it's okay. Still the same. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think it doesn't look so bad. Maybe I could add an indicator that you can go down, like a little arrow here. But I think it's quite visible. So these are disabled because we don't have any content. And then here I have wooden bow, poison bow. It's gonna be simple, no advanced filters, no nothing. Now the thing I have to do is I have to look up the recipes and make them work, because currently I'm only changing the title of an item, its description, but I don't populate it with anything. And the focus is messed up if I go to the right side. Scroll handler, where do I have this one? I handled the wrong scroll. Scroll content container. Let's see what got messed up in here in the scene itself. There's gonna be a big change. So if I go to the player HUD, I mean the model itself, journal model, and this class is called scroll handler. And before the changes, let me just close this side here. Before the changes, where are you? Aha, here you are. This was referencing entry description scroll container. And currently I lost the reference here. Okay. It's weird because if I look at the stream now, I have a monkey displayed, that the chat isn't working. Oh, this is weird. So I'm gonna have to open a separate window if I'll see somebody chatting. That's okay. So with this one, before that I was referencing, let me get back to the correct thoughts here. Entry description scroll container, then I renamed this entry description scroll container to the column, I believe. But I think that by the new standards. Scroll container, scroll content container. What the fuck was I doing here? Sorry about that, I completely forgot about it. Because this is probably the code I was messing with half a year ago, if not more. And here I have this one, this helper one. So this is for this side. And for the right side, I don't believe I have anything like this. We'll see. I'll try to fix it. Okay. The game started. Okay. If I press it, I can move it. I can move up and down correctly, so this is working. If I press space, it opens the correct one. But if I press right, here's where the issues begin. Because earlier, if I pressed right, I jumped into this position and I could scroll up and down this thingy. But, okay. We'll see how it will go. I'll first fill out the recipes and the item that you want to produce. Okay. Let's see how many errors it got. None. That's interesting. But if we go now to the code itself, journal modal. Now when I populate the recipe, I iterate over everything. Now I gotta see where I set this entry title label. And this is being populated in the populate recipes. That's what I have here. Now I'm disabling the mugshot itself. That's okay. And I'm enabling recipes margin container. So this is this one. And I'm enabling recipes item info margin container, that one. But I'm not populating them with anything. Okay. So I'm gonna have to load this one. Product item texture rect. Okay, I get the references already correctly to it. So in here we're gonna have a texture. What are you? Texture. And before that, I'm gonna try to get the item itself. So unlockable value ID, that's the item I have in the database, in that catalog. And it's okay. Fetch the product item. Fetch the ingredients needed for the item. Create item info rows. So I have the reference to the unlockable here, and unlockables I have different types. Let's see, recipe entry. This entry I need. And ingredients ID. If I go here, I believe I have items by ID and product item ID. This should work. If it doesn't work, it should explode. Okay. We got ourselves item data here. Then what I have to get is only the images of other items. Yeah. Because I'm gonna have to populate this product item texture rect. Ingredients HFlow container. First, let's see if I get reference anywhere for this one. Okay, I believe I do. And I'm gonna be instantiating stuff. I'm not gonna be currently pulling anything. But that's okay. For entry ingredients IDs, string name, ingredient ID equals to out of I. Let's have a simple list. It has to be ordered. Ingredients. Okay. So we get item data. Item equals to global game controller items by ID ingredient ID item ingredients add ingredient item data. Okay. I wonder if I'm gonna even store these here, because I believe I'm gonna just create texture rects and simply extract the atlas image needed for that, and that's it. But we'll see. So first thing first, what I can do is I can set the texture of this one, and this is product item texture rect. Product item texture rect. That's what I get already here. And lowercase texture equals to, and global game controller atlas textures by name. By which name? I think by texture name. Item data. Texture or texture. Icon. Good. So this one should be setting that. And before I continue on my adventure, I'm gonna uncomment this one. I'm gonna comment it and try to run it first. Let's see how it goes. Okay, it's starting to run it. Okay, the item is getting populated here, so that's one thing working. Oh, one thing that's bothering me is that Berserk Blast rune, I believe it's not the correct size. If you see, it's jumping a bit, so every single one of them should be 16 by 16. Then I have a bug here. Okay. Let's see, Berserker Blast. Berserk Blast. Of course, 14 by 14. Now I wonder if I have everything like that with runes. Yeah. Why do I have so small runes? Why are they 14 by 14? Let's see, I'm gonna make it 16 by 16. I believe 64, 562, 561, 560, like that. I made them too small. Now if I try it again, I know that it's gonna be displayed here correctly, but the issue could be that it could be displayed somewhere else now incorrectly. Not sure why I've cut them out 14 by 14. Can't really recall it. But we have this one now here. Now what we gotta do is we gotta populate the ingredients. Now, we don't have to destroy this one because it's always correctly populated. But these ones are gonna be created on the go for now. So back on commenting this, we have ingredient ID. That's okay. Then we get the data. No, I don't believe I have to save this in here because that would be double looping without any sense but we can create texture rect. Texture rect equals to new texture rect. I believe I can instantiate these ones like that. Then texture rect texture equals to, let's use this one. And here I have ingredient data icon, item data icon, that's okay. But before I start doing mumbo jumbo here, I have to also add this one as a child now to the ingredients HFlow container. I have this one, lowercase add child texture rect. But before that, I should remove all of its children. This is very not performant now, but just making it work first. Let's call it var rect equals to this. Count I. Okay. I could make this a bit more performant, that I wouldn't destroy every single one of them. I could be pulling them and only enable the ones that I need. And that's what I'm gonna implement next. But for now, let's see if this works. Yeah. And then besides this, once I add all the ingredients, I should also get the item info. And this item info should be displayed here. So it's recipes, item effects info, VBox container. Okay, I got the reference. Also gonna do simple destruction first. Get children. Okay. Okay. Then an item tooltip, I believe I have these thingies where I create the info. I don't need these slots and so on. But what do I do here? Okay. So these internals I have for the side pop-up, where I show how much damage does the item make and how much it costs and so on. And I call it once I hover over it, I believe. Item tooltip, of course. I have show function here. So this is the main one. And it comes from the player HUD and so on. Okay. Okay, but let's see what's happening first before we get into many errors. Because I have special conditions for these item effects. Sometimes you can have an item which is rune and it can be equipped in other item, and then I have a lot of scenarios if that item is equipped in an item that is a melee weapon or a ranged weapon, that it shows different affinities and so on. So it's not really that simple. Okay, the recipes are working. At least these things here. I believe that the ingredients are displayed correctly. And by all means, I don't think that you have to be a genius to figure out how this hierarchy works. So it means stone mace. You get this if you put this, this, this. Makes sense? You put this and this together, you get Berserk Blast Rune. I think it's cool. And the recipes only unlock them if you discover them. So I kind of don't want to go the way that you have to buy the recipe. This could easily add to the content. I mean, to the economy of the whole game. But then again, what's the point of having a forge, magic forge? I'm not sure. Should I make it lockable? The recipe should be locked, purchasable with meta coins, or should they just be available from the beginning? Because in Elden Ring and the games like that, I kinda didn't like too much that you had to buy a recipe for something. It was like, why the fuck? But okay, that there wasn't a magic forge. So maybe. Well, it's definitely gonna add to the completion. If you have all the recipes, you're gonna have 100%. Okay, I like this one. Like how it's starting to look. Forward. Now this one's gonna give me some headaches. Oh my god. And I've been using some LLM knowledge here for refactoring when I was adding different cases. So, oh boy. Yep. Data only item. La 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 la. Data only item. That's always gonna be displayed. At which position? At item tooltip. Item tooltip itself is a node like this. So here I have different item effect HBox containers, item effect info. And basically what I need is the logic to create these thingies that are related to the item data. And I show resolve things here. This is internal. It clears the rows. The rows are from the item tooltip itself. Let's see. Do I reference them in any other files? No, only in item tooltip. Because here I have different logic, which I can display it in which case and so on. For example, if I have damage item effect resource, right, is this here? Yep. These are for affinity rows. Aha. Okay. So a separate node is for that item effect info only. And I have this one ready to be initted by something else. So I can pass in a unit and item effect resource. That's basically the item's data. And then I display item effect info. What do I do here exactly? I modify the description label and stuff like that here. Hey dude. Hey Tex Widow guy. Good luck on your journey. Well, I don't doubt you also understand your stuff when you'll be working on it. You'll see. So you're also developing games or something like that, or coding something for fun? Okay, I'm gonna keep on going here. Item effect info children, every single one is deleted. Then I just gotta see how I iterate over it. Info scene, that's a scene that I instantiate. Okay. And this is where I start adding rows. So basically this code here, I'm initting stuff. Rune item instance, that's the special init if I have the rune inside of it. And host preview and so on. So what I'm gonna be doing here, I'm gonna be stealing this one here. Resolved effects. Resolved item effects. This is where I get my current level stuff. And this effect goes in here. And I'm adding affinity rows. I'm not going to be adding affinity rows in my crafting preview. Okay. And this is where the cheating starts from time to time. No, I know what I gotta do. I need to display item effect infos. Now separate crafting menu. I'd be passing in only item data, but I like to get out item effect infos, info rows. So I'd be in the modal under recipes. And I believe that this is gonna be helpful. Okay, this is tooltip. Then I have item effect info. And I have journal modal. Let me just take a look. The data only path. Okay. This one. I'll be right back. I just gotta take a leak. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Let me just disable this pause screen. So, also, item effect info, this journal model is gonna be modified now. And I'm gonna have entry title, item effect info seen up there. I don't have it yet. I'm gonna copy this one. Just a second. So I have the populate rows has been added now. I use this one. Basically also I have instructed to the Claude itself that it should modify it. So I get the content similar in a way that I have already in my item tooltip. But the one thing that I don't like from this solution is that this is only here. So I'm gonna have to maintain this in 2 places. I kind of think that this should be outsourced into this item effect info. We'll see. Let's first see if it's gonna work. Then comes the refactor. Building it. Now in my journal model, I have this item effect info seen. Info, good. If I press play, then this would have to be populated, but I'm not sure what he did in this condition here. Ingredients are being added, but okay, so it gets all its children first, it accused them free, it frees them out. That's okay. It made some checks, but this is basically copy paste from this item effect tooltip, because I'm also resolving stuff in a similar way in here. I just remove the context of the item tooltip itself. It's so far so good. Okay, open it, recipe, and we have all the data here. Let me just see if we get some errors when we focus. Not really. See, some of the items I still don't show the correct item effect, because for the cook steak I just say looks cooked, will restore some health, but I don't specify anywhere how much health it will destroy. I still have to add those things. And now the problem is, because I have this also in this position separately, I'd have to maintain it in at the both places. So this should be refactored a bit. But what do you guys say? Does it look okay? Recipe, effects. It's good, I believe. At least for now. Poison damage, projectile 3, cooldown 1 second. Yeah, I think it's displayed very well. Okay. Init item level value. Let me brainstorm with him a bit. Maintain. Functions. Could I join this a bit? Rows come from one function. So if I refactor, I have to update 2 places. Yep, a dedicated static helper and both item tooltip and journal model call into it. Exactly, a static helper. So when I have more item effects, I simply modify that static helper, and I don't have to maintain this separate function for the item tooltip and a separate one for the recipe itself in the journal, because that's where the most bugs occur, I believe. And also we're gonna optimize it a bit. For example, that we're gonna have 10 children, because I highly doubt that the item will have more than 10 item effects at once. And I'll simply hide the rest and show only the ones that we need. So I don't instantiate and delete the functions every time I show a new item, because that's pretty wasteful. Okay. Let's see. So no, not helper. I think I have resolvers for this. Resolver. I have multiple resolvers. And the item resolver itself is gonna be the one that's gonna be modified. Everything to use it. Oh, thank you for joining, dude. How many times I spent on this project? I believe first commit was about 3 years ago, but it was I knew that I want to make some RPG something. First it was going for the full RPG game. Then I saw that I really have to scope it down. Now it's roguelite. And yeah, there's been many refactors and so on along the way. And yeah, it's been an interesting journey. But thank you guys for checking it out. Let's see, I really want to use the same resolver class I have here. So this is resolving item effects. That's okay. What do I have here? Item effect info populator. I meant that you use item resolver for item effect info extraction. Maybe it would be the best that it simply turns item effect info and I decide how I want to attach it and where. So basically what I have in my current project is sometimes I need static classes that I resolve stuff. For example, like damage. Then I can simply call this static class and pass it in the context and so on, and I resolve the damage in a single place. For example, here I have all the conditions, how the damage has to be resolved and so on. That's why I have these helper classes. Because sometimes I have different contexts, how it should be resolved and so on. Now, item effect info populator. Let's see. Same, etc. info resolver. I'm gonna call it resolver. Okay. So this one, I'm gonna copy paste it from here, resolver, simple struct with stuff that it resolved. Okay, now this is gonna be plugged in. So what does it do? It checks everything from the item, its level, which item effects belong to its level. It creates appropriate item effect rows. So this Amphicene, where is this one coming from? I pass it in definitely, because it's a static class. It's going to be called from multiple areas. So this one here is okay. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Okay, I have this one here. Then I have item tooltip. Now this one's going to be a bit different, because in item tooltip I have a real sausage. 400 and something, and I believe that now this one is going to be modified quite significantly. And item effect, come on, give me the errors. I know that I renamed the one. Populator, this one. And now we have item effect resolver. We get these things here, so that's okay. And then in the journal itself, I had a lot of mumbo jumbo going on with populating the info itself. So if I'm not mistaken, now whole row regarding the populate item effect info will be removed, and this script size is going to reduce significantly. Populate recipes. This is the place where the change happens. And now it's gonna be okay. Significantly reduced. We maintain only one thing regarding the item effect info. And this is gonna be here, item effect resolver. Info resolver, this one. So this one is basically used for item tooltips in the item tooltip itself and in the journal model now. And if I have to add something regarding if item heals something, I mean if a row has to be displayed a bit differently and so on, if I handle item effect differently, I only have to add it here. And that's good. Still, I have some hard-coded values regarding colors. This will have to change in the future. But so far, so good. Let's see how many things exploded. I think that everything should still work fine. We just refactored it a bit. Let's see. Okay. The glade. And of course the stuff isn't working anymore. Oh, humanity. And the bugs are flying everywhere, of course. Because I believe I don't have a correct reference to the item that we have to instantiate now. CFG 116. Huh. How can this be an error? Because the reference should exist. I didn't remove it or anything. Okay. So it comes from the player HUD. I have item tooltip here. Well, that's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna keep it on the side so I can track the bugs immediately. Let's see you, Mr. Debugger. As soon as I load you, nothing happens, but when I open the window, object reference not set to an instance of an object. Room slot fit. How is this possible? Because I have global and game controller in here, but the error comes once I open once I go with the mouse on the item slot UI, I call focus item slot. Oh, 923. Let's see you here. I grab focus, generate item slot tooltip, and I go to item tooltip 44. This one then shows resolved stuff. I call show resolved. I pass in 976. Show resolved 116. I go with create rows. Item effect info scene. Do I have it? Item effect info scene in the item tooltip. Item effect info scene is here. So this one should be here. If I go forward, focus item slot, then I go generate slot tooltip, so this is it. 44, 116. And from 116 I go to item effect info resolver 84. That's the new static class that I've added, and then I get back to the item effect info 56. Which is calling the init. And I display item effect info. But here when I call it on 116, it's a null reference. Why? This only means that the global itself isn't here yet. And that's because I init this thingy, at least I believe so, this is the theory. I init the thingy before it's added to the tree, so the tree doesn't get references or anything else. And this is what's happening here. I don't have anything here yet, but this happens on item tooltip 116. 116. Huh. Okay. Problem I got is that the global is not yet fetched because it's only fetched on the ready. Why do you always open this one up? Copy the error. Okay. So I'm doing stuff. Do I use anything else in here? Maybe I could fetch it directly when I display item effect info. Huh. Yeah, but that means that if I don't have it here, means that all the references are also not okay yet. The problem I have is only global, but all the references trigger init. I don't like the solution that's being proposed here. Not at all. Because if I go to item resolver, item effect info resolver, and I create the rows here, the problem of this thing is that it instantiates the rows, it calls init on them, but none of the references are there yet. So I can't call init on them. That's the color. You can't. Function that isn't in the tree yet. I'll see where it's gonna take me. Okay. Because I'm dependent on the init itself and the, where is it, item effect info. It wants to use some kind of a pending state. That's weird. I'm thinking that this should be fixed much more easily. So if I have item effect info resolver and I populate stuff and I create rows, why would I have to return the list of nodes? Maybe I could just pass in the stuff where I want to attach it. Definitely. Then I don't have to return anything. I put in the main node where I'd be attaching stuff and I'd go do my mumbo jumbo there. I'll do that. And we won't need the populate result or anything like that. Yes, because if I call here init, just a second. Little one is at home because he's sick. I have to take a look at him. Okay, back. Now this create rows has this populate result. I'm gonna exit At least I believe I'm not gonna need it here. Or results, rows. I'm not gonna return it. Let's say like that. So we have packed item effect info scene. We pass in global unit and parent node. That's what we're gonna need. Node, parent node. Okay, this is resolving stuff. Here. So the result is this. The child is being added here once it's created. But where do I call init? Every place here. So to the parent and and the cloud says simple fix. Yeah. So 130 comes to 33. Let's see. I'm passing in parent. Now, the places I call this have to be modified as well. And I call this in the item tooltip. And here, and I'm not passing in the parent yet. Parent node. Should be item effects container. I think so. And this doesn't have to be used here. We go back here. And now we have the one in model itself. And then here, parent node is item effects info vbox container, this one. And now this, everything happens already in the helper function. It's being in the item effect info resolver. It's being attached here. Now I wonder how much do I use the results. I also return the result. Well, that's okay, I don't use it ever. But I get back the references to the nodes themselves and the item effects that have been resolved, so that could be okay. But I'm afraid that I've messed a lot of things. I messed with a lot of things, so I should test it appropriately now. When I equip the runes and everything like that, if the errors happen, and so on. Okay. Okay. Now this is being displayed correctly, I believe. Now let's see, are the errors coming in? No, the errors aren't coming in. I like it for now. Now let's see if we go to the journal, recipes. This is working very well. And as far as I can tell, I'm pretty happy with it. There are no errors. Crafting elven rope, this is my previous error. Crafting elven rope. Recipe. Recipe entry not found for. Why isn't it found? Just a second. Elven rope. That's a different error related to a different thingy. Unlockable value ID. Recipes DB. Wooden, stone, poison, nailed, mine longbow, iron sword, goo, elven bow, crafting elven rope. Well, this should be here. Unlockables. Crafting elven rope, it's here. Okay, now this is a bit weird. It is recipe. The IDs are okay. Huh. Recipes by value ID, but then I have the recipes here. Crafting elven rope. What's the matter? I try to get entry by ID. Unlockable value ID. It's in the recipe book, it's in the unlockables, its name is correct. Value ID is okay. Why can't you find it? Recipe entry. So I iterate over the entries. Get entry by ID. What's the matter? Crafting elven rope. I have it. Crafting elven rope. I have the value crafting elven rope. Let's see if I have other crafting stuff. No, I don't. Yeah, the item itself has the correct ID. The same contract. Crafting elven rope, crafting elven rope. Let's try it again. I'll reset it. Not sure why it would work the second time, but I'll try it just a second. I go to the journal, here, wooden bow, poison bow. Cooked steak, honey glazed sword, iron, everything. Berserk blast rune. But for some reason, crafting elven bow isn't. Thank you. Displayed. Just want to see if the items for runes are working correctly. Five to 10. Five to 10. Item bonus. Why is it displayed at the bottom? Huh. Then I have a old bug here. Alrighty. The errors are related to the console. This is an old thing, but I believe that everything else is working as it was. I can still move everywhere with the controls normally with keys, so that's okay. But the problem is that I don't have Elven Bow. Why? Why isn't it displayed? And I still can't move to the right when I move with the navigation buttons. Okay. Crafting Elven Robe. And if I check crafting nails, or longbow. Maybe if I've added it a bit later. Don't I have the unlockables populated with it? But then it wouldn't throw error. I have all the recipes here. Crafting Elven Robe. Crafting Elven Robe. So that's 16. And this one is also 16. Well, it seems like it's been added like the last one, like the last entry. Alrighty. Maybe the import changed something. I'll see it. Just a second. Let's open the output. Crafting. Why not? Did I forgot to save something? Did the resource not get saved? That's the only item that's missing. It's like it's not finding it. So then the other reason, I mean, recipes DB, wooden bow, stone mace, nail club, mine, longbow, elven mace, elven bow, crafting elven rope. It's freaking here. Product item ID. I forgot to populate it, didn't I? Because the recipes DB is actually the new system where I take the stuff. I've refactored the crafting a bit because I don't want to maintain recipes everywhere. I mean, I have recipes as unlockables. Once you discover them, they would the player would have to have a new entry in the journal, but then they're also a separate instance for the crafting itself. So it should be working now. But it's not. Huh. It's in the recipes DB. It is. If I look for the Elven Mace, it's also here. Oh. Yeah, it's here now. That's one thing that I kind of hated about this design, is because I have to have the unlockable for the item, unlockable for the recipe, unlockable for everything, and then I kind of have to maintain the contracts between the unlockables themselves and the items and the recipes and so on. So, but it's the only appropriate way, I believe. And now this is working as it should. One thing we're gonna do is we're gonna also fix the arrow key navigations, because I can go up and down without a problem. Only thing that the people are gonna be complaining is about not having a scroll bar, I believe, but it really clutters everything. So I kinda hate it. But if I press to the right, I can't focus. I can't focus the text. So that's one of the bugs. And this bug could be fixed if I go to the journal model and take a look exactly what was going on here. When I create journal model, when I create focus connections, what happens if I go to the focus neighbor right? Okay, that's for the buttons up there, but entry description scroll container, it's gonna focus itself. If I go to the left, then it's focusing on the first button. That's okay. But all the buttons in between, entry titles, I get button here. Okay. It doesn't wire anywhere. Focus connection generator. Legacy code. What do I do with you? Uh-huh. Fixed connection on the right. So for every generated button, I reference this old one to focus to the description column, but this shouldn't be focused anymore. It should focus on description column, but where are you? Scroll container. Enter description scroll container. That's the one. That was the old helper I wrote long time ago. So first nodes connection on the top. It goes to the logs, that's okay. But I have fixed connection on the right, that's okay. Let's see what happens now. Because I was focusing the control node, which is completely... you can't scroll it up and down or anything else. But let's be a bit smart about it. Since I renamed this from earlier, I just want to see if the scene references this in a weird way. Fixed connection on the right. Entry description scroll container. Nothing wrong here. And nothing wrong there now. Let's test it out. Kinda sad that I had to omit the recipes and everything else from the demo build in the beginning. But I guess that once this feature is complete, that's the last thing that I'm adding to the demo. And then it's only the content for the... It's still not working. If I press right, I don't focus anything. If I press... Just a second. Go here. Open the recipe. I open it. And now if I press right, nothing happens. I mean, it's not scrolling. Why isn't it scrolling? Focus connection, enter description scroll container. Well, I'm focusing you. I'm not sure, do I have to focus VBox? Because I follow focus. Huh. Second. container, it's not working. Patience. I know that I was messing with this for quite some time back in the day. It worked, but now that the structure has been modified, it's not working anymore. Now focus mode is none. I don't show that. Problem is that this was my scroll handler back in the day. This one was actually handling the input for scrolling, but which scroll container do I have here? Journal titles. Okay, that's for journal titles themselves. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Focus mode of this one. Should I have it to all? What's this gonna change? Let's see. Okay. No, this isn't gonna work. What is being focused? If I have debugger here and what is it? Enter description, rich text label. I don't want to focus this when I press left. This is only when it's clicked. So it doesn't make any sense because now it's taking the button. Yeah. Oh. If I go to diff looks. This is gonna be interesting because lots of things changed here. I'm gonna look at the focus itself. Unlocks button pressed, that's not what I'm interested in. On top scroll reached, which one is that? Scroll handler. Okay. So this one grabs the close, and the bottom it also grabs the close button at the bottom. So this one is okay. But I have different problems here. Focus grabbers are okay. These are the button connections. Did I connect something to this one? Close button, focus down, goes to entry description scroll container. But what focuses this one? Huh. This is the one that I have to focus, I know about it. So if I have focus connection generator, focus on the right, I focused on this one correctly. Yeah, I do it, and this is a scroll container. It was scroll container before the modifications. I think so. Let's see. Of course, this didn't change. The naming is still the same, everything is the same. Only thing that I do here, but this is only for the connection to the bottom. Now. Suddenly this stopped working. And the scene itself. Okay, this was changed a bit. Journal title scrolls. Okay, this is normal. Scroll content container. What was this? Entry description scroll container. Journal titles. I mean scroll container, journal titles. What was this? It's barely visible. So this was focusing scroll container before, but now I'm focusing VBox. Why? Hmm. Sorry for being boring, but troubles in paradise. Mm-hmm. I just want to see if I'm gonna redo this in a way. If I undo, enter description scroll container. What was that? went to smithereens down the line. Let's see, do I have this referenced somewhere in this script? Entry description, VBooks container. This naming is already confusing. Legacy stuff. Now let's take this one. If I'm not gonna make it in 10 minutes, I'm gonna stop streaming and do it offline. Because this is boring from my side. Of course you're not working. This can't grab focus. Okay. Why don't you grab focus? I can focus on you. Why can't I focus on you? I can focus on the buttons, but I can't focus on anything else. What is this? It's just a spacing. If I make you focusable, let me just see what happens in this case. Look at this, it's It's freaking working, but why? If I go to the left and to the right, I can scroll it up or down, but okay, progress has been made. But I'm sure it didn't work for the first time. Maybe I was focusing on the item that is not scrollable. Maybe I did that. Did I fix this? Oh my god, is it even possible? Okay, it's going up and down. See, the only problem is that the user doesn't really know that he can scroll now. If I add scroll bars, it's gonna look very ugly. I mean, do I use them somewhere else? Here I use a scroll bar. See? It's okay. But everywhere else I'm avoiding them as much as I can. Okay, the navigation is kind of working. Okay. If I have a cooked steak, nothing. Now if I press to the right side, and I don't focus back on the first button when I close the journal issue. Okay, let's fix this one before I forget. It should be an easy fix. When I have a journal modal, and I think I have Alma board modal, focus something, or open, or what was it? Where do I reference you? Yeah, here. I focus back on this, so if I have an open Alma button pressed, I have to have a similar for on open journal button pressed. And this is my Alma example. Don't need you, but I'm gonna focus on the journal button once I close the menu itself. Okay, let's restart and let's see if it's still working. Oh, it's a bit different to stream when you see number two people watching you. Because for 2 days I was streaming into the void. So, whoever you are, hello. Okay. Alma stats journal, I close it, it focuses back. So this has been fixed. Now, I go here. I try to find this poison bow. I can scroll up, scroll down. So the scroll has been fixed. Now the indicator is the problem. Oh, okay. Maybe the background should glow a bit. If I have it focused or something. Okay. And also one thing that's bothering me, if I confirm it, like iron sword or example steak, and I go back to the left, it focuses on the first button up there, and that's an experience breaker. It should go back to honey glazed steak. Right? Of course it should. Da. So, if I'm entering this scroll container and I have a panel, I have an option for a focus panel. Aha. Let's see if I create a new box flat. Can I make it colorful a bit? So in theory, if I would focus now on this thingy, it should recolor itself to to pink color. Let's see. Okay. No, the theory is wrong. It's not recoloring to anything. Okay. Curses. Or is something else eating it? Wait, if I have it like this. And if I copy it, paste it here. Huh. And if I lay this. Okay, monstrosity. Leaving you however you are. Now I said that I have an issue with scroll bars. This. I mean, I don't have to show it here. It's self-explanatory that there's a list going up and down. But for this side, if there's a lot of text, let's see. If I always show you. Make you auto. I have to move all the content a bit away. I only wonder if there's somehow a possibility to offset the scroll. This is value probably. Ah. What is this? Scroll bar separation. What is this? It's only if I have it on. I don't see any values being changed here. Horizontal is disabled. So it's being pressed a bit. If I never show it, the horizontal scroll bar is working, but the content itself is being it's being a bit offset. Now, a possibility would be that I would add a margin container. Let's see. And if I'd add margin to this one, for example, margin right, yeah, nothing would happen. Huh. I was thinking that, yeah, in web development it's called padding. But now the size of this thing is defined somewhere in here as well. And 116 is the minimum that's holding the width of everything. What if I try to make it a bit smaller for like 4 pixels? So the scroll bar will have the position here always. It's gonna look better. So mockshot frame, let's say 112 would be the minimum size. If this is the driver of the width. Recipes margin container. Something is holding the size of it. 112. Okay. Starting to look a bit better. Is it still in line? Then I can remove the minimum size of mockshot, I believe. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. I'm gonna have issues with this then. Hey. Okay. So instead of making it smaller, we're gonna be making it a bit bigger. And a bit bigger is gonna be 116 is a desired width for this content, but let's say oh, I know that if I have a journal opened and if there's a tooltip here regarding the navigation, this is gonna look over it and this is gonna look terrible. It's funny to be working with forms again, because I really, how should I say, come from the web dev background, and I don't like forms at all. I mean, don't like spending time working on them. So either way, if we're gonna take a look at the entries, I wonder, I just want to see how wide the buttons are. I mean, I can make a smaller row for the buttons themselves on the left. You know, the recipe names, the title of the journal and so on. And I can still move a bit the description column to the left. Well, I think we have enough space. I'm not sure how the titles are gonna look for the journal entries, but I'm sure that the name of the mobs and the recipes themselves are gonna be okay. So what are we gonna do is, we're gonna make a bit smaller this row. Huh. One bug also that I've noticed. If I go up and down, it's okay. If I go all the way down, I can't reach the exit button. But if I go up, and as soon as I reach it, it already focuses the close button. We'll fix it. But I think that it's starting to look okay. The journal itself. Little one is coming in. Be right back. Well, it wasn't so short pause. Sorry about that, if anybody's still here. Yeah. So, I believe that we stayed here, and one of the things was that I want to show this scroll bar here. And... now either this is visible or it's invisible, but if it's invisible, the sad part is that this becomes you don't know really when you focus it. That's one of the problems. Huh. So then I said that we could make it expand a bit more to the left, and I would make this scroll bar always visible. And that would kind of indicate that this is interactable. And in order for us to do that, I was thinking about making these shorter for, let's say, what do we want the distance from the elements? That's like 5 pixels, 4 pixels. And what's here? 7. So, and if I keep the distance between these for about 6. Huh. Let's move it for 6 pixels more to the left. That's how it's gonna get smaller. So if I have 88, let's say it's gonna be 82, and the label itself is always being expanded to the maximum size. And then here, now the size of this one is 82, but if I come up here, this one is 90, and here this one is 90, but why are you 90? Because of you. Okay, smaller. And the spacing between these elements. This one. Is 6. At least it was 6. I can keep it on 6. And now the inner, I mean the whole one should be a bit bigger. 22. Title frame should be expandable. Fill like this. Yeah, this is kind of what I was going with. And maybe the spacing between these guys. 4 because that's 8. If I keep 3, that's here. Let's put this control out. No use of it. But now if separation is 0, you're a bit too thick, 82. What's the transform? 88. We can make it smaller. That's 6. Okay, that's spacing. And in between these, I have 4. Now they're just slightly a bit off, that they would be equally spaced out. I mean that they would touch the edges. If I set 5, yeah, they're perfectly aligned. And then I add here also 5, I believe. That's good. Five, and 5. Excellent. Now I think that the spacing has been handled a bit more. And then between these, this is a 7. Yeah, that's a standard that I have between the outer. I start here, 7. But here I only have 4. Let's try making it 5. Um, 116, again the children are being naughty. 116. What if I do 115? Because 1 pixel was going off. Here. Transform, nothing. Entry description. Now it moved. So the inner spacings are 5 pixels, the outer ones are 7. And I think this makes an okay structure. Now let's see what's going on. I'm not sure how long are the translations in other languages. I know that German is a bit longer in words. But here, I believe this is gonna be good enough. Yeah. If I'm gonna have a longer description, everything is visible. Wooden bow, poison bow, berserk blast rune. And I'm gonna make the scroll bar always visible. So there's not gonna be jumping around. Okay. Okay, I got you here. Always so good. I was bothered by this a bit, just a second. 8, 8. 7, 6, 6. Seven, 7, 5 in between. 5 in between. 6 in between. Never mind, it needs more space. Maybe I could make the inner one even a bit smaller. And what if I try to align them in the middle? Ah. Guess this isn't responsible for that. Does this one have alignment of the children? Not. Huh? Container sizing, that's normal. Uh-huh. A bit shrunk down. Let me see how this will look. Yeah, not really. Not really. The width is off, I'd say. I'm gonna try to take a look at other games UI. I think the good website for that is Game UI database or something like that. Let's see if I can find scroll. Mm. 2000 something results for the inventory, and I wonder if I'm gonna see somewhere a scroll bar. Let's see, maybe journal. Huh. It's like the scroll bar is outside. But never mind, I think it looks okay. Until I change my mind a couple of times. Only thing that's bothering me, I think this is not in the same line. But then, good enough. You can read things normally. You can see easily the recipe. And the more beautiful thing about it would be if I would have some kind of an icon that would just indicate if you can scroll up or down without the scroll bar. So for example, if I wouldn't be all the way to the top, if I would be scrolling a bit down, the icon would appear. You can go up and it would pulsate a bit. Same it would be here. I know these are the details, but it could be worth it. Then I don't have to have these ugly scroll bars. I have only indicators, but the scroll bars then give you again the ability to be very precise where you want to scroll if you're playing with a mouse. So you can do this. But is that such a big quality of life improvement? I guess not. I'll leave them. I'll leave them for now. Only thing I'm gonna take a look at is this. Here. And what's going on here? Yeah, actually it's in the same line. It's just a bit of a visual. Yep. Okay. So this is regarding the recipes, but I still have to fix the forge itself, how it takes out the ingredients, how it looks at them, and so on. I think I have config resource somewhere here and recipes DB. This one. And in the forge I'm looking at recipe book resource. Maybe I could simply extract the simple dictionaries or create a recipe book on the go once I have forge populated. Get forged item data resource. This is a recipe book. Because this one requires to traverse all the recipe entries and check for all the ingredients here. I could do it. And I'm gonna delegate this, of course. Replace the recipe book resource with recipe also think about because I'm thinking maybe this is fast enough if I traverse all the recipes here, or it would be faster if I have a dedicated dictionary. Let's see. Because the recipe book resource is a simple dictionary with a couple of things. But I'm moving away from it, since I'm gonna be maintaining the recipe entries in here. Because this recipe entry itself is also displayed in the recipes in the journal. I don't have to maintain the recipe book and recipe entry. This is redundant. I mean, okay, I'm gonna be creating the recipe Swanson ready. I'm always gonna have only one forge. Just a second. Mhm. So the forge. It's recommending me to do this way, but let's see if this even makes sense. Get matching recipe. Do I have this one? No, this is something that's being pulled out. Items to consume. Try to forge item. No. Yeah. Is it really faster? I think I can move this one away. For easier thingy. Mm. Now and the recipes DB. Recipes DB. I don't sort this anywhere. Sorted recipes. Now I wonder, this isn't sorted at all. This isn't sorted at all. What is it hallucinating here? It's not even here. If I would depend always on sorting this in the beginning, I mean when I'm adding new recipes and so on and clicking a button or hogging the editor when autosaving, checking if this should be resorted, that'd be a bit painful. But what I can do is I can use a list for this. It's not a problem. So list, I could add recipe entry sorted recipes. Just a second, I have a phone call. Shade is back. Okay. Sorted recipes. So let's go with private void populate sorted recipes. Sorted recipes. This is a list, right? And here I go with global and config. No, game controller config recipe db entries to list. Order by descending. Just a second. What's the syntax? Oh my god. Order by descending, and then I have recipe or recipe dot. Oh. What are you doing? Aha, of course. Recipe dot ingredients count. That's the one. But this mutates the list or not? It doesn't return anything, right? Now it returns stuff. Okay. Let's add this here. Somewhere in the beginning. And then when we're gonna be iterating over everything, sorted recipes. Now this is a recipe entry. Let's take a look at it. Recipe entry resource. And I'd have to have ingredients here, huh? This is wrong. Recipe entry. Entry. Aha. Okay. And that's the only place I need this. But here I have to get the product item ID. And forging and everything else should be working now. So basically on the runtime, when I spawn the forge, I get my DB and I sort it correctly. And then based on the sorted recipes, it's trying to find all the best ingredients. And now, because I have this, I can easily also create a pretty print of the recipe book. So for the change logs or something like that, I can easily get all the strings and names of everything. Okay. Also, I do 2 unnecessary allocations. It says right here. This one. No, everything else is okay. So we're gonna go try it out if the crafting works as it should. Let's play it for a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, so you can actually experience some gameplay. Oh, let's also throw it out, the recipe book. So I have this in config resource book. This one is being referenced only here, not anywhere else. So you go away, and in the forge recipe book, I think I don't have it anywhere anymore, but let's keep on going. Okay, the glade, we're here, we're going into the fray. Okay. Come on, Gotar. Go and fight. Oh, he found an archer. That sidebar is bugging me. Okay, the chest has to be nearby now. Oh, horsey. Let's get some crits. Okay. We got some dino ore. Snip. I don't have enough money for anything, I believe. Poor as a church rat. Hey! Good rune. And now we have enough of material to craft. Let's get more stuff. I'll try to get everything. I saw piggy. Sweet. Have to be fast because Gotor likes to eat the meat. Wow. The little one is sick and he's singing. Bam, bam. Okay. I think we've gathered enough material, but before Mr. Gotor picks everything up, I am gonna give him a command to wait, or let's rather give him a protect command. Stay here. Now if I unload the whole inventory, let's see if the crafting works. Okay. So there should be cooked meat, and it is cooked steak and a club. Let's see, do I have any errors? 182, that's only from the... yeah, from the console. And start timer was probably related to the ground system, but that's nothing significant now. So the crafting works, and I got rid of the recipe book. I have recipes DB now. Lesser did drop it. Wow. Damn, boy. +4 item bonus. This should be underneath the damage. Let's see. Item info, effect, resolver, bonus. Build affinity row. Where do I add this? Could I throw this inside? Add affinity row. Yeah, I'll have to put this inside because now item bonus is +4, but you don't know what the +4 stands for. I'll fix this these days. Okay, we got some level ups. Bad cartridges today. I didn't prepare myself for this run, but let's see how far I can get. Damn. Can I get this one? I could. Yeah. Woo! Spiked helm. Horned helm. I'm on fire. Ah! Freaking assassins! God damn it. Okay. Good. The glade. So today I kind of finished the recipe book in the journal, but I want to see if the items get saved. Like for example, if I read an entry, it should be marked as read. And this one isn't completely in line. That's a bug. So I read all the journal entries. Let's go back into the game, into the run, and let's die. Oof. Yeah, it worked. So they've been marked as red. So this works. But the navigation up and down is still not working, and this is something I'm gonna write down between the tasks. So focus on logs button, enforce the navigation. When focused on the text on the right side, moving up is focusing close button too soon. Moving down doesn't focus it. Focus the bottom, close bottom at all. Then, besides this, I have to test the journal population. Journal and bestiary population. Okay. I saved this. Furious. Let's buy a couple of meta cartridges. I can buy 3. That's the demo pricing. If I equip them, I'd go with the brawler and let's say Seed Rain is also cool. Or Second Wind. Second Wind. Final run before I wrap it up for today. And before I continue, let me just play with the controller a bit. I want to feel it with the controller, if I broke something significantly or not. Let's see if the buttons will change. Buttons change correctly. So, oh, he came close too soon. I'm gonna send Gotthard with the action command. I think the command for the action is gonna be here. Attack, move, Mister, go up here. Oh, I see there's something there. Somebody was moving there. Let's run a bit. Uh-huh. Archie. Okay. Let's see if we can find enough material to craft ourselves a mace. Now I can actually look up what's the recipe for the mace. Club, elven bow. Stone mace. Aha. Wooden stick, rope, and so the same recipe as for a wooden bow and a stone. And currently I'm missing a rope. I'll change the drop rate for ropes. I think they should drop more times, more frequently. Nail. Oh, rope, okay. And if I destroy a couple of trees, if I'm gonna be lucky, I'm gonna get fairy dust. Then we can make an elven mace. Okay. Dino here. We've leveled up. Let's not waste time. I'm gonna be melee enforcer. Okay. Ew. Leave poor Snip alone. Ah, Gotthard got this one. Shield blast, combat. Come here, you. Okay. Honey. Hey, good rune. I mean bad rune. In a sense of hurting yourself. Okay, the forged stone is here. I still have one tree. Hey, fairy dust! This is exactly what I was looking for. Now let's check out the recipe. I think it was elven mace I'm looking for. Elven mace. Aha, so first stone mace, and then fairy dust and rock. Stone. Okay. Now fairy dust and a rock. Oh my god. I've created this game, but I can't tell you how it feels better to have recipes now included in the freaking UI, because when you're experimenting, you keep on forgetting how things go together. And if I find some more rocks, I can make mines. Mines would come in handy. Let's see, did I not explore anything here yet? Okay, Snip is walking here. Let's see. We have 138. Can we get something from him? Oh. Now if I really focus on destroying the dens... this is what I was looking for. For the piggy. Let me get the meat. Good. Keep on getting some stuff. And if we're gonna be lucky, we're gonna go very well prepared into the Didra pit. 174, I think it was 180 and something that helm, right? So if we focus on the dens. Oh, no dens here. But I think we're gonna get it. We're gonna get something. One of the cool things is I can try now the honey glaze steak recipe. It's... oh my god, it's 316. Damn. 191. 184. Void Sphere would come in handy. But you know what? I'm gonna save my money for now. Now let's find level 1 rune. I mean level 1 pit. I'm gonna go into level 1. Don't want to waste my build. Okay, go here, mister. Let's start. Good. Burn. Ooh, goo. I'm afraid to use the freaking fireball because Gotor's gonna get tanked. I mean nuked. Good. Let's use the level up. Oh, I forgot to cook the steak. Yo. Executioner. Okay. Here come the archers. Whoa, what a miss. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shame. Hey, snap. What can I get for you? Oh, that would be cool. To have Ice Bolt and Fireball. I'm gonna use it. Of course I am. And if I have enough money for the health potion, that'd be perfect. I'm gonna give... Now, with the raw meat, it's a bit dangerous because if you eat it, you can get poison damage. But that's the risk I'm willing to make with Gotar. Come on, eat it. Hey, he got healed. He's got a good stomach. So let's put the Ice Bolt on the first place and the Fireball on the second one. And I'm gonna heal myself. Okay. Ready. Eee, the range. The range was wrong with that one. I'm gonna save the Fury for the last ones. Good. 5 out of 5, okay. The assassins are coming. And spitters. Good. Now the assassins are quite annoying. Let's finish the slime. Good. You see, now I have a dilemma. With this mace, I'm shooting cool stuff. But if I have Bleeding Slash, that would be also very powerful. And we both leveled up. So, Second Wind and Hammer Slam. Let's get going. I think I'm gonna wipe the game. I mean, not the game, I'm gonna wipe this run. Good. Feeling lucky this time. Ah, completely forgot about the rats and the frickin'. Okay, let's kite them. Come on. They're catching fire. That's good. That's good. Hey, bandits. Let's burn them. And this one decided to end his life. 3 out of 5. I still have good... Ooh, freaking shaman. Nay! Burn. The den is still here. I'm gonna destroy it because this one's gonna keep on spawning bad things. Let's see, Snap. Can I get some helmet? Ooh, Minerva's Embrace. Well, this is a broken item for demo. Horned helmet. I can get this one. I'm gonna get it. And small health potion I can feed Gotor. Yeah. I'm gonna heal him. We're gonna need this buddy of ours. Down the line, let's give him a nice health potion. Come on, get it. Good boy. Did I equip everything? Yeah, I believe I did. Let's go. Ooh, smoker. Shh, shh, shh. Hammer time. Yeah, that poison is so freaking annoying. Ooh. Guys, this is too close for comfort. Let's shoot him. Burn. This bandit chief is summoning stuff from time to time. That's one of his bad thingies. Okay. Now, because that one is a bit rushy, I'm gonna use the bow. Even though it's just wooden bow, but I think... the aim went down. Ah! He got me. Starfall. Great. I think we're almost ready to go to the final place. Final pit. Let's see, he doesn't have anything else anymore. Huh. Now if I'd buy this Health Blast rune, and if I'd buy this Void Sphere, I could easily pull them together and hit them with the Hell Blast rune. So this would give me some This would give me some HP regen back. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go here, craft some new stuff. Let's drop some stuff. Actually, let's see if I can create anything special with this. Nothing. Nothing. Then I'm gonna equip this one here and this one here. And I can't pick back Fireball and Ice Bolt rune. Now we got a problem. A bug. Alrighty. We'll have to fix it later. Let's eat some stuff. And let's clear the final one. Prime the drop it. Okay, now take a look at this, guys. Self-heal, buddies. Self-heal. Ah. Such an OP combo. Okay. This one goes here and here, and everything else is not needed. I'm gonna use Gothar for tanking. Hey, and of course I can summon the bats. Why didn't I think of it before? Then I could make myself a poison bow. Oh my god. I got zombies now. Oh god. Too close to for comfort. Gothar can be leveled up. Runic Bulwark, okay. Okay. They're getting hammered. Good. Ah, the boss. This mace is OP for the Rocky. He's very much vulnerable. Oh, oh. God. Ah. He got me. Okay. That's gonna be it for today, guys. I'll be working a bit on it later, but for the stream, that's it. Thank you for staying with me. Have a good one. Hope you enjoyed at least a bit. I think we did a lot of things. The recipes are being populated, and that's very much important. It goes up and down. this, quit the desktop. And till next time, tomorrow again. Bye bye.